Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Hello and welcome to the 2023 edition of the State of the Union, organized by the European University Institute here in Florence. My name is Nicolas Petit. I'm a professor of law in the Department of Law and the Robert Schuman Center for Advanced Studies here at the UI, and I'm delighted to introduce this panel entitled Responsible Artificial Intelligence, Can Europe Be a Global Leader? So we often hear that the United States creates technology and the EU regulates it. Is this also true in relation to AI systems? Are we going to see a Brussels effect whereby legal conditions imposed on access to the internal market will lead to widespread acceptance and adoption of EU rules and standards across the world? Or are we going to see a Brussels defect, whereby strict regulation of AI systems will kneecap the growth of home European artificial intelligence technology? I can be a little more concrete. What can we expect from the AI Act that will be adopted likely in June? And what should be the appropriate legal response to the chat GPTs, auto GPTs, what have you GPTs of the upcoming world? Have we thought enough about coordination with privacy instruments, liability rules, cybersecurity standards, and other tools and policies like industrial policy or subsidy programs? To address this hodgepodge of issues, we needed to convene a panel of exceptional, not artificial intelligence. And joining us today for the discussion are Virginia Dignum, a professor at Umea University and author of Responsible AI, How to Develop and Use AI Responsibly, a book published in 2019 by Springer. Welcome, Virginia. Jean-Marc Leclerc, Director of EU Affairs at IBM, a company that does not really deserve introduction in the technological world. Bonjour, Jean-Marc, bienvenue.
Merci.
And last but not least, Sandra Wachter, Associate Professor and Senior Research Fellow at the Oxford Internet Institute, University of Oxford. Good morning, Sandra.
Thank you.
So we plan to discuss together and then have a 15 minutes interaction with the audience. If you tweet about the panel, please tweet using the hashtag SOU2023. All right, now before this, I need to introduce Nadia Calviño, who's second Deputy Prime Minister and Vice President and Minister of Economic Affairs and Digital Transformations in Spain. VP Calviño had planned to be with us this morning, but was prevented from doing so for very understandable reasons. She has accepted to record a short video that we will show in a minute. After that, I will turn to the panelists to collect their initial reactions to the VP's message and the topic of this roundtable, of course. So we will now listen to the video recorded by VP Calviño.
Good morning, dear friends from the European University Institute, distinguished participants. It's a great pleasure to participate in this important discussion and share some thoughts on an issue that is both passioning and challenging for our future. Artificial intelligence has been around for many years now through leapfrogging innovations that have accelerated exponentially since the pandemic, leading to mutually reinforcing technological developments that were unthinkable only 5 years ago. As is the case with all industrial revolutions, digitalization is a lever for growth and prosperity. But it also brings about deep changes in the way we work, we interact, we are informed, we live. Also in the way our democracies operate. There are legitimate concerns about the potential misuse, particularly in sensitive areas such as healthcare, finance, and law enforcement. We must be proactive in addressing them, engaging with stakeholders and the public, our citizens, to ensure that it is developing and used in a responsible and trustworthy manner. And the time to do it is now. The European Union is at the forefront of efforts to develop a regulatory framework for artificial intelligence, and this makes sense. The EU is always the vanguard of the defense of human rights, both in the physical and digital worlds. As Minister for Economy and Digitalization, let me stress that these will be one of our top priorities during the upcoming Spanish presidency in the second half of the year. We will try to make as much progress as possible on the Artificial Intelligence Act, e-identity, cyber resilience, platform workers regulation, and build on the strengths of our country to shape the European framework and support technological innovation compatible with our European fundamental rights and values, including privacy, non-discrimination, and data security. And this priority at European level coincides with Spain's leadership in this area. We were the first country to publish a Charter of Digital Rights, leading the reflection at European and OECD level. We ranked 7th, the first among major European economies, in the European Commission's Digital Economy and Society Index, DESI. The Digital Spain 2026 agenda is making progress at a good pace, with strong leadership in connectivity and 5G, digital public services, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and digitalization of SME, thanks to the Next Generation European funds. We are conducting a pilot project with the Commission to get the AI regulatory framework right. So we're strongly committed and well placed to push this agenda forward. And of course, the challenges we face are not unique to Europe. Artificial intelligence is a global phenomenon, and its impact will be felt around the world. It is therefore essential that we engage in a dialogue with other parts of the world, with other jurisdictions, and also with the private sector, to ensure that we can work together to address these challenges. These and other related subjects will surely be intensely discussed in the upcoming panels, and I look very much forward to hear the main takeaways from this important discussion. Thanks for the opportunity to participate, and I wish you all a productive and engaging session.
So on that, I will send a human-made message of gratitude to Vice President Calviño, but I want to turn immediately to Sandra to collect some initial remarks and thoughts on the message from the Vice President. Sandra.
Yeah, I can only really echo and agree with what I said. I think we are at a pivotal point where we can see that AI has a lot of capabilities and potential benefits, but it has just as many risks and problems attached to it. And so I think it's really, really important that we take this seriously and think about action right now. To coming back to your statement of like, oh, the US is the one that innovates and we are the one that regulates. I don't actually think that's a bad image to have, because if you look at other things that the US is doing, they're also number one when it comes to climate impact, negative climate impact. They're number one in unequal health distribution. They're number one when it comes to human rights violations. So that's not necessarily the pivotal of where we need to look at as inspiration, but rather think about ethical and proactive innovation in that sense. And so I think we should really focus on that more than anything else.
Thank you. Jean-Marc?
Yeah, thank you, Nicolas. No, it's interesting, and I really hope, I mean, it seems like the Spanish government and the minister will prioritize the work on AI, and I think they will close a deal on the EU AI Act during their presidency. We can expect the Parliament to finish their work in the next few weeks. So it's a key presidency. I like the fact that she mentioned the pilot project. You know, it's this big sandboxing project. I'm very interested in this because there's a lot of new approaches in this AI Act. Product safety, fundamental rights in the same enforcement bag. How is this going to work? Standards that will be coming, which are essential to the AI Act, but we don't have them yet. So a long transition period, which I think is what the Council will want, and a sandboxing project will be super interesting, because we'll see, does that really work? All those requirements, those new rules, can organizations comply with them? It'll be very interesting, this Spanish presidency. Just one thing on the minister kept repeating something we can all agree with, which is we need to address those new challenges. Sure, all challenges cannot be addressed through legislation, especially very detailed legislation. I mean, you said it yourself, it's a very evolutive technology. The challenges of today will not be the same as the challenges we'll have next month. So that's something I hope the minister will keep in mind as well.
Right. Virginia?
Sure. Maybe just as an example, I was last week in New York in a meeting of AI researchers, multidisciplinary, on the optimization of algorithms, the amplification of misinformation, and so on. One of the participants was from the DOJ, the Department of Justice, and they really were very, all the time praising the activities in Europe on legislation. They repeated the DSA and how the DSA, the Digital Service Act. So indeed, the idea, it lives in the United States as well, that they have to look at us in Europe for legislation. It is also important, and I fully agree with Jean-Marc, that we cannot forget legislation, and it's very important, and we do need to create a legislative space in which we can feel safe as citizens, as Europeans, as world citizens. But at the same time, it is not that Europe is not developing AI. Still at this moment, fundamental research in AI is at least as good as fundamental research in AI in the United States or wherever else. It is maybe some kind of dip between fundamental research, innovation, development, and then the deployment, but we do have very good research in AI in Europe. And we should not forget that, and we are not at all behind research, behind development in AI, as it might look from the implementation and deployment of AI systems.
Okay, I call attention to the audience to the fact that there's a panel later in the day on how Europe stands in technology development compared to other countries, and what are the gaps and capabilities that exist in Europe. Okay, so I want to move to an event that, in a way, took the world, or at least took me with shock a few weeks ago. On the 22nd of March, the Future of Life Institute published an open letter calling for an immediate pause on AI development in relation to systems more powerful than GPT-4. And many leading voices, pioneers of AI science, signed the letter. So the question I want to ask to the panel is, would you sign the open letter calling for a 6 months pause on generative AI experiments? And we start with Sandra.
Yes, thanks for this very important question. No, I didn't sign the letter. I wouldn't sign the letter. I think it's a very big PR stunt and a diversion tactic to suck the oxygen out of the room to discuss the actual problems that are going on with large language models. If you read the letter, if you look at the signatories, those are all people, very wealthy people that have an invested interest that is not the same as actually caring about the issues that are at stake. There are really big issues when it comes to large language models, and that's bias and discrimination, that's questions of misinformation, that's question of privacy protection, that is to do with how the automation impacts the workplace and how it impacts the people, the ghost workers behind the technology that have to label the data, and the environmental impact of those technologies. None of that is actually really mentioned in the open letter. What is mentioned is that abstract Terminator scenario that AI will come and be more powerful than us and enslave us. And I think that's really, really, really problematic, because yes, it's more exciting to think about science fiction scenarios, and completely neglect the things that are already problematic. They're like a house is on fire, and we're turning away and looking at minority report scenarios, right? And so it's really, really important to put attention back where it needs to be, rather than thinking about fiction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if I understand correctly, you would not sign the letter because the reasoning and the reasons advanced in the letter to call for the pose are not the ones that matter, right?
Yes, it's not the ones that matter. It's also an artificial 6 months, what is supposed to happen in 6 months. Interestingly enough, none of that talks about regulation. We have this existential risk that will eradicate the planet, but yet regulation is not the answer. Also interesting. It's just a really well done marketing stunt.
Okay, Jean-Marc, would you sign the letter?
I wouldn't sign the letter. That is not to say, though, that I don't agree with the idea that there are, as we said before, risks and challenges. You know, Sandra mentioned a few. So I think with the signatories of the letter, we could at least agree on that. But I think there are two major flaws in this letter, on top of what Sandra explained very well. First, yeah, it's a doomsday scenario. It's written like we're out as humans of the picture completely. That's not the case. We control these machines. We are in control. We can make them, and a lot of organizations are working to make them more reliable, trustworthy, inject ethics into them. So address those challenges. This work is being done. So it's not like we're out of the room and the machine's in control, which the letter seems to think. And the second point is it seems to be saying that no one is actually addressing those challenges, yeah. Right? I mean, I follow a lot the EU AI Act, but you know, look at what the Council of Europe is doing. Look at what the OECD is doing. The G7, a lot of national governments, from the US to Brazil to Indonesia. I mean, you have a global awareness that trustworthy AI is something that governments need to structure. So, you know, these 2 points are missing from the letter. You know, robots are not in charge, and it's not like governments, academia, companies are doing nothing, which I think are two major points.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I should have checked if the list of signatories included some lawyers. I mean, it seemed to me that lawyers were the sort of minor category in the signatories. Virginia, would you sign the letter yourself?
I didn't sign the letter. I was asked to sign the letter.
Okay.
I didn't. Moreover, I wrote today. I just was in a taxi now and I saw that it's been published today. So if you check my LinkedIn or Twitter in a minute, I will tweet about it. I wrote together with several colleagues around the world, in Europe and not only in Europe, an answer to the letter, which is called From Fear to Action, and really focusing on the issues that we really need to act. I feel that not only the letter, but the narrative at this moment about AI is very much comparable to how we talk about weather. Weather happens to us, and then we can either take an umbrella and protect us from the rain, or we take the picnic basket and we go enjoy the nice weather. But AI is not the weather. We are building AI. We are in control, as you say. And also AI already for many years, doesn't exist in a regulatory vacuum. Mm-hmm. There is already a lot which can regulate. AI is a product. And like any other product, there it's product liability laws, security laws, all kinds of issues are already in place. It's not like something which came out of the sky and now we don't know what we do with it. No, there is much more done already now than what the letter or many of the narratives, especially on the media, try to make us believe.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's it's a great point. There's often an assumption, especially in academia. I preach guilty here in legal literature and policy literature that we operate in a legal void, and every new technology deserves its own set of ad hoc rules, and that what exists cannot apply or applies only with extreme friction, leading to necessity for legal reform. And maybe we are in this type of case again. I want to move the discussion to another important shock. This time, maybe less of a PR or marketing stunt, but more of a technological event, which is this sense that, talking for years about AI development, we've sort of hit a paradigm shifting point with the release of these systems like ChatGPT, AutoGPT, and other generative AI systems. So I'd like to hear the panel on how you feel about the law and policy reaction of the EU in a context driven by this, sense of paradigm shifts in relation to generative systems. It's a tough question, so I'll turn to Jean-Marc first for views on that.
Thank you. Yeah, there is definitely a ChatGPT frenzy in the institutions at the moment, which is quite interesting.
The EU institutions.
The EU institutions, and
the institutions in general.
Yeah, globally,
right.
I would say. So that's what worries me. ChatGPT is a very impressive tool, but it's one tool. There are millions of other tools. I work for a business-to-business company. We don't use ChatGPT. We use other systems that are used in a closed environment, a controlled environment. These systems might end up being regulated like ChatGPT, which to us is an issue. It's a very complex question, but there are things that can be done. But to me, there are some key principles that need to be respected. And I think the original approach from the European Commission was not bad at all. Risk-based, focusing on use cases. Every use case is specific. With ChatGPT or anything else, you can use it for all kinds of uses. Tech neutral is very important. We are regulating generative systems with this one in mind. It's not the right approach. So I have the impression that we are deviating from those fundamental principles that a lot of people have worked on 5 years ago. The European Commission, and I think you were a part of it, had an expert group on ethics and AI which led to the key principles, I think, behind the AI Act. I have the impression that at the moment those political discussions were deviating from the good principles we had back then. So I'm a bit concerned.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Sandra, I'm going to rephrase the question slightly to make it maybe a little more, deep and theoretical, but your work talks a lot to that. So how should lawmakers like the European Parliament and the European Council, and how should policymakers develop law in a context of technological change? Right. This is the hard question. Should they take a very sober approach and keep a very cold-headed perspective, or should they be more adaptive and responsive to what's going on in the technological environments?
Yeah,
there you go.
That's
not
a
an easy
super
one.
easy question. Thank you for that. Yeah, but you nailing down the actual problem, like the hype around large language model. The noise is deafening. It's deafening. But let's focus on who is screaming, right? Who is promising that this technology will be so disruptive? Well, the people who have a vested financial interest that that thing is going to be successful. So don't separate the message from the speaker. I think that's really, really important. And we have those hype cycles with all types of technology. Think blockchain, think crypto, think Web3, think autonomous cars. Every time something like this happens, it's like, oh my God, the world will never be the same. But the world is kind of the same, right? And most of those technologies didn't actually have the legs that they were ought to have. And the same thing we have to apply here, cool reasoning, thinking, not just because somebody says this is going to be disruptive. Talk to the people actually working in the field where this technology is going to be interjected. Do they think this is going to be disruptive. I'm much more interested in their opinion. Doctors, financial services, education, talk to those people if they think that technology will actually be helpful and useful, not the ones that are selling it, right? So that's in terms of disruption. And the second thing is, if it's urgent, that doesn't mean we should haste to do any type of regulation. Angst and panic is never a good political advisor. A good political advisor is somebody that takes some time and thinks about the actual risks that are at stake and uses regulation accordingly. So panic is never a good advisor.
That's great, and that brings another question to mind, which is that there's a lot of pressure on people like us in academia or in the business environment to take a stance on every news cycle that the press pushes, and so it's very hard, I find, to tell journalists, look, maybe it's not as big as you think, and there's nothing to see here. Let's wait a little. Maybe we can revisit that question later on how we should operate. Virginia.
Yes, you talked about paradigm shift. I don't think that ChatGPT is a paradigm shift. I've been in AI, doing AI. The first AI system that I built, which ran in real life in the world, was in 1986. And I will not tell you how old I am, but you can calculate. So I have been around for a long time. This is not a paradigm shift. This is a scale shift. The scale of the amount of data that it's used in ChatGPT is several scales up than what we had before. It is still a correlation-based type of system. It's a system which tries to identify patterns, correlations between many different immense number of points of data and then try to find something. This is not a paradigm shift. The paradigm shift was a couple of years ago when we moved from rule-based to data-driven and therefore correlation-driven. So I don't see so much what is the hype here. It's bigger. There's all kinds of interesting tricks, and lots of them are tricks because they are patching it as we speak. But what I think it's important to take into account in regulation is exactly that it is not about the techniques themselves. We shouldn't really be regulating techniques. As a European, as a world citizen, I couldn't care less whether the system that affects my life is built in a spreadsheet or in ChatGPT. If it affects my life, I want it to be regulated. And trying to move the discourse into whether is ChatGPT or is AI or is not AI or is, doesn't really matter. Let's focus on what really matters to people, and that is the impact. And if we really regulate the impact in use cases, in levels of risk, then we are being much more efficient and much more productive in terms of regulation than if we try to run after the latest hype in techniques.
Okay, so that's great. So I'm going to deviate a little bit from the master plan that we had discussed on the call before, but I'm going to bring back a point that we actually discussed on the call. So, given all the things you said here, what are your views on the way the AI Act goes about this? So, Sandra, you talked about the affected agents and humans in the verticals that will be deployed under the systems. You talked about, you're not interested as a, clients of these systems in a way to know whether it's done through risk-based or product safety or precautionary principle regulation. So how does the AI Act handle these large language models and generative AI systems? Sandra?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's an open question, right? So if you look at the first draft of the AI Act, there was no mention of foundation models whatsoever. Only a year back or so, the first amendments came in trying to tackle this. So what it will be, we don't know yet. It's very likely that if you use a foundation model in one of the high-risk areas, that you will have to, under the same obligations if you use an algorithmic system for employment, for example. So if it's used in a high-risk sector, the same regulation for high risk apply. In addition to that, there's thinking about whether large language models or foundation models should be regulated separately from that, right, as its own kind of category. And we can think about that. That might actually not be a bad idea, because there are certain things where I believe, regardless of what the algorithm is, and whether if it's a spreadsheet or the most advanced neural net, because I agree, who cares? If it does damage, it is a problem, right? And so even if you have foundational models that are privacy invasive, that leak data, that are discriminatory against the people against it being used, if you cannot explain them, don't understand them, I don't care what it is, but it needs to be explainable, it needs to be privacy preserving, it needs to be unbiased. And those things should be enforced regardless of where it's going to be embedded. So there has to be some sort of minimal standards regardless of where it's being deployed. So that's where I hope we're going, but I'm not sure we will see, but hopefully we're going in that direction.
Okay, Virginia, on the AI Act.
On the AI Act, for me as an AI researcher, as an AI developer, what I most miss in the AI Act is the positive direction. The old anarchist in me really cannot take kind of prohibitions. The AI Act is very much based on what cannot be done. And I think that from a development perspective, it would be much more useful, much more beneficial, much more thinking forward by pointing what needs to be done. We don't want discriminatory algorithms, so make sure that there are incentives to build those type of algorithms. Not just we cannot use this one, no, build the right one. We don't want systems that cannot explain, so give the incentives to build. We can, it's not, again, AI is not a given. It's not the foundational models or whatever else we have at this moment is not the end of the road. Just tell us, build something different. We have done that in many other industries. And I think that that is what, like I say again, as a developer, as a researcher, that is what I miss in the AI Act. And focusing on the current techniques, we are doomed to be passed even before it is approved.
Yeah, adopted and implemented.
Yeah.
Jean-Marc?
Yeah, well, I think the Commission's original proposal had the right approach. Like you said, if it's risky, it will end up being regulated at some point. We don't care what it is. Tech neutral, risk focused. Now, if you look at the other two legislators, the Council and the Parliament, we're deviating from that. In both, and the terms changed. General purpose AI, generative systems, foundation models, it changes all the time. Now, those, or many of those, will be regulated regardless of the level of risk, regardless of the type of tech, that is being used. And that is a fundamental misunderstanding, I think, of the Commission's risk-based approach and just how the AI value chain works. You know, it's a very complex value chain, and it's a complex cooperation between developers, deployers, to make the whole thing, the AI system, trustworthy. But if you regulate from the outset those systems as if they were high risk anyway, you are going to go into an area where companies cannot comply with the rules. I give you one example. Parliament text right now. A developer of foundation models is being asked to foresee all future risks. I can spend my lifetime foreseeing all future risks.
You can just ask ChatGPT.
Oh yeah, or I could do that. Yeah, it's just impossible, impossible. Or and things like forcing risks to rule of law, democracy. These are political statements. My compliance teams have no idea what that means. So that's what I'm concerned about.
Right.
We're just regulating everything like it's a super high risk system. It just doesn't make sense in the real world of AI.
Right. So the long story would be from the EC tech neutral proposal to the possible AI risk blind instruments, right? So that would be maybe what happened here. Let's see. Okay, we now have time for a little more interaction with the audience. So I want to open the Q&A segment, and I would like to ask you to state your name and the organization you work for before you ask your question.
Mark.
We have a question here on the front.
Yes. My name is Mark Rotenberg. I'm with the Center for AI and Digital Policy in Washington, D.C., and I want to thank you for this excellent panel. I'd like to say a few more words about the letter, because I think the letter is not well understood. And I'll begin by saying that I signed the letter. I was asked to sign the letter. It is not the letter that I would have written. If I was holding the pen, there are things I would not have said, and there are other things I would have said. But I think there's also been a profound misunderstanding, because the writers of the letter said correctly that we are beginning to lose control of these AI systems, and it is necessary in this moment to hit the pause button so that our institutions and our regulations can catch up. And I don't think there's any real dispute that this conclusion is correct. Now, what the writers of the letter failed to say is that also in this moment, AI systems embed bias, they're used for predictive policing, they discriminate against many classes of people, and this has been said previously by others and also needs to be considered as we think about the path forward. So 2 years before the letter, Timnit Gebru and Margaret Mitchell and Emily Bender published a paper called Stochastic Parrots. And in their paper, they explained how large language models would replicate bias. And in fact, they were fired from Google for publishing this paper. So I respect their frustration about the attention that the letter received. I think their points are also correct. And I think where we are in this moment on the regulatory front is the need to recognize both long-term risk and immediate hazard, and to go forward on that basis. The last thing I'm going to say about the regulation of foundational models is I think the most helpful analogy here for the modern industrial state may be the regulation of electricity. And we are all, very dependent on electricity. We can't open our laptops or use our cell phones without electricity. But of course, we also regulate electricity by placing the greatest burden on those entities that have the greatest ability to manage risk. And economists would call this the least cost avoider. That's why electrical companies are typically public utilities. That's why we impose standards on building contractors who install electrical systems. And for the end users, actually, things are quite simple. So that's the approach that I would take in a risk-based world to emerging models. I think there should be extensive regulation on companies providing foundational models. And I think as you go further outward, we would diminish the level of regulation.
Thank you very much. I think there's an immediate reaction from Virginia to your
Thank you,
remark.
Mark. I agree with most of what you say, but I just would like to say a couple of things. I'm not really sure that we are losing control of the technology. We are losing control of the organizations that develop and deploy this technology. We are especially losing control of the deployment of the technology. And I think that that needs to be much more clear. It's not the technology itself, it's the deployment and the way that they are recklessly dropping it into the world. And then gets me to my second point, and that is the difference between developing and using. Yes, we need to put as much regulations, as much safety into the development of these systems, like we do with, you give the example of the electricity, I usually give the example of cars. We demand car manufacturers to put seat belts, brakes, and all kinds of other things that are not necessarily needed need to get the technology working, but we also have driver's license. We do need to look at the way these systems are being used. It's not like because it is because someone dropped it into the internet that it all of a sudden is there for all of us. We do need to look much more at how we regulate these things, what do we demand from those that use the systems, and that I think that's a point that I don't see sufficiently discussed. It seems like with the moment that it's in the internet, it's kind of we can take it out, we can turn it off.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we're seeing on university campuses a discussion which is always like, should we ban ChatGPT for students, or should we allow ChatGPT? Maybe the better policy is to say, okay, should we educate students to how to use ChatGPT and to understand the limitations and opportunities of the instrument.
We had that discussion with the electronic calculators 40 years ago. Should we ban the calculators? None of us knows anymore how to do a long division. We don't need to do a long division, but we need to understand when do we need to do a long division. And it's the same. It's not about how to use it or not, but when and how understand the risks of you or the issues when you should use it.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you very much.
Can I just say something?
Absolutely.
Because that's, I think it's really, really important. So anybody who hasn't read the Stochastic Parrots paper that Timnit Gebro, Margaret Mitchell, Emily Bender published, I would really recommend everybody reading it. They did an amazing job of showing the actual problems, or some of the actual problems, one of which is climate impact, the other one was misinformation. Two of them got fired because they pointed that out. And that is on vogue at the moment. As you can see, a lot of tech companies are firing their ethics teams at the moment. So is it really that the companies should be regulating this existential risk that is just around the corner while firing all their ethics teams? To be cynical a little bit. And then at the same time, the actual problems that are here right now, you get fired if you mention them. The only threat that is being acknowledged is the one that is 300 years away from now, maybe, at some point, right? Yet, the ones that created that fake risk are the ones that are also in charge of fighting that risk, also interesting in terms of like making sure that you have a job for the foreseeable future, right? So you created that risk, but you're the only one that can control that risk and navigate that risk. What does it lead to? That's, again, a publicity stunt to say that you should be in charge, we should deregulate, because obviously too much regulation will, hinder us in the fight against the Terminator, right? Rather than looking at the things that are already at fire at the moment. It's really, really, really dangerous to look at the risks that might happen in a science fiction scenario rather than the things that are actually happening right now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We have two questions, one here down in the room, one up there on the balcony. So we're going to collect them together.
Thank you. My name is Alicia Garcia Herrero. I'm working for Bruegel as a senior research fellow. But I happen to live in Asia, in Greater China, and my question really goes to this idea that I'm not sure we can compare ChatGPT to either cars or electricity, but rather the internet, because this is really something that is not only tradable, but highly mobile, I would say, immensely so, for obvious reasons. And it so happens that no matter what we regulate in Europe, there is a different world out there, a world where if you sit in Hong Kong, you won't have access to ChatGPT, although you have access to Google. So it's a big change already in, how these open skies have evolved with AI in that part of the world. And not only that, the actual knowledge of people using AI, ChatGPT in particular, thinking that it is actually the West blocking the use of ChatGPT, not the other way around. So on that front, my question is, what kind of regulation? How far can that regulation go? What about that other part of the world? Where are we in terms of not only mitigating our own risks, but the risks that are coming from, in my opinion, that lack of understanding at this point in time, given strategic rivalry. And I think for AI, this is absolutely essential to discuss. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We are taking the second question.
Okay. Jean-Michel Glachon, do you answer this first or do you ask mine now?
No, Jean-Michel, you can ask your question now.
Okay. Jean-Michel Glachon, professor in energy policy at UI. Very basic question. Regarding big territories like US, China, India, EU, what are the characteristics defining a leader in AI and a global leader in AI? Thank you.
I couldn't understand.
Okay, Jean-Michel, we could not really hear well the question. So the question... Yes,
That's
thank you
better.
very much.
For big territories, US, India, China, EU, what are the characteristics defining a leader in AI or a global leader in AI?
That's very good. We heard you extremely well, loud and clear. That's perfect. Okay, so who wants to address the first question that was asked? Jean-Marc?
Yeah, if I understand correctly, I mean, it's very interesting to look at, and I know you've been following that closely as well. In particular, what international organizations are doing, and especially if you compare that with what we have here in Europe, the different approaches. If you look at what Japan is pushing at the moment at national level, but to the G7, that's quite a different approach than what we have here. Same with the UK. You will have seen the white paper that was published recently. Completely different approach. No hard law, bit of an American style type of approach with guidance to agencies on how to deploy, develop AI. An interesting one that we don't hear much about is the Council of Europe's one, which could turn into quite an interesting treaty, really focusing on the fundamental rights element. So not the product safety element that we have in the EU AI Act, just the fundamental rights one. That's quite a key one, and it's much broader, as you know, than the EU member states. So there are, and the OECD, of course. Yes.
UNESCO.
And
I
UNESCO,
think we keep forgetting the UNESCO. The UNESCO as the only act or principle or recommendations or whatever you want to call, which is really truly global. Unfortunately, the United States are not members of UNESCO, so they didn't sign, but they were observers. I was part of the group which worked on final text, and that one is a text that really is truly encompassing of the whole world. It really took into it, and I can testify, I was there, it really took into consideration the opinions, the interests, the requirements, the situation of the whole world. We tend to ignore, we focus much more on the European and United States type of regulations, but I think that I encourage you all to look at UNESCO recommendations. And UNESCO didn't stop there. We are now working in really operationalizing, really from the very basic checklists, look at for governments that are starting their journey to more complex things. So they really are trying to create an encompassing and operational approach to not only to regulation, but to safeguarding fundamental human rights within the AI.
Thanks, Sandra. You wanted to chime in?
Yeah, just very quickly. I think, again, can only fully agree with what has been said. It's really important to think about governance in a global setting, because technology doesn't care about geography in any meaningful way. And so doing that is definitely challenging, but I think it's, reminiscent of human rights law, which also usually starts on a more local level and then spreads out around the world, as we've seen with the with the United Nations, for example. And so I think a same effort needs to be forged for global technology governance in the same way. So like much more investment in diplomacy and trying to forge good regulations with other countries is so much more important than this artificially created arms race that reminds me so much of like the Cold War rhetoric, right? We must know, we must act now, and like, you know, doomsday scenario, which again is really, really diverting from what's really important, is trying to find some common grounds with other folks that living on that planet, coming up with a good framework that we all subscribe to. And I think that's really what we need to focus on.
Jean-Marc.
Yeah, just very quickly, a key element of that is do we agree on what we're talking about? If you look at all these initiatives, you will have 20 definitions of an AI system, of a deployer, of the substantial modification to an algorithm. So the question of the taxonomy is extremely important. And in some of these initiatives, you have this work. Let's agree on that we're talking about the same things here. And that's really important.
Those are great remarks. I mean, we are living in a world in which the support to international organizations has dwindled and weakened for almost a decade now, or even more, and we desperately need consensus-building international organizations to step in and align people and produce workable, consistent definitions. The second issue is also enforcement. I mean, Italy banned ChatGPT for a while, and in the context of my own personal use of my personal computer, I could actually use ChatGPT using a simple VPN. So if the world of the future is the world in which everyone can use a VPN to access technology and bypass territorial regulation, you can really think hard about whether we are not seeing here what people like Francisco Duarte, a researcher here, called the splinternet, in which you have sort of divided internet that doesn't really brings up the promise of a free worldwide space where people can interact and share ideas. Okay, we had a second question about the so the second question from my colleague Jean-Michel Glachon is, what could be a good KPI for being a leader in AI, right? So what would that KPI be?
What do you mean by leader in what? In AI technology, in selling AI, in legislating on AI?
So the title of the session, of which I am entirely responsible, embedded a gigantic ambiguity, which is, can Europe be a leader in AI? And of course, there's multiple ways to think about this. Okay, so we can think about leading regulation or leading development. Sandra?
Yeah, I don't think, again, development and regulation, they're always like put in, again, in this deadlock, which they are not. Exactly. It's really important to distinguish between research and innovation and deployment. When people say regulation stifling innovation, what they actually mean is profit. So let's not confuse those two things. Innovation and profit are not the same thing. And so innovation is not something that Europe wants to stifle at all, right? It's very pro-innovation. It is about regulating the risks associated with it. So research and deployment, and let's not confuse innovation with profit in that sense. And so a good leader, in my opinion, is somebody that doesn't fall into that rhetoric that law is like the enemy of everything that is good. Law is there to execute our values. It's preventing bad things from happening. So it should be a beacon of inspiration for good innovation, not something that holds anything back, right? Because no regulation means that we deploy systems that are not fit for purpose into the wild. They cause a lot of harm. The genie is out of the bottle, and then we're all frantically running around not knowing what to do. Whereas if you think about the consequences of your action, at the moment you step foot into your lab, then what you create will much more be effective, will much more be innovative, be more inclusive and less harmful. So it just means that you have to think about ethical innovation rather than profit-driven innovation.
Actually, I think the answer is in the title as well. A good leader is the one who is able and willing to take the responsibility.
Thank you for saying that about the title.
No, but I mean, a good leader and the measure of a leader is the one who is willing and able to take responsibility for what you are leading. And it is in the title, in a sense. So.
That's great. Jean-Marc?
Responsibility is the answer, let's say.
Responsibility is key.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree on the need to have a responsible development and deployment
Yeah.
of technology, and ethical AI, trustworthy AI is part of that. And there are many ways to do that while we wait for rules that will make this obligatory, if you like, for everybody. I really think that trust, especially in this area, trust has become a business.
Oh, yeah.
If your product is reliable, trustworthy, if you've injected good ethical principles in development of these technologies, customers will come to you. Profit will come, because your innovation is responsible. It may take some time, but in the longer term, it will pay off.
It's what I call the free-range egg effect. Free-range eggs are also a business. Fair trade eggs are a business. Right. Organic eggs are a business. Right. And in AI, we can take exactly the same type of principles, being trustworthy, being clear about what kind of principles you put forward, put it on the box, put it on and that attracts clients indeed. And then the profits might come as well.
Virginia, you will remember, I mean, when we worked together in the high-level expert group on AI systems, the Commission always had this idea in mind in setting two subgroups, one on trust, which is essentially the ethics work, fundamental rights work, and the other one on investment and development. And there was never an idea that this should involve a trade-off.
Exactly.
There was a very constructive approach to, we need to build this thing with two legs, and that's the way to go. Yeah. All right, so that's very good. So we are about the end of our session. So I would like to convey enormous gratitude to the speakers on this panel, Virginia, Jean-Marc, and Sandra, for doing the trip to France. I know there are trips that are harder than others. This one is generally a good one. But flights these days are very unpredictable. Trains are not always easy. So thank you so much for being with us. And I want to call attention to the audience to stay tuned for the introductory remarks of our President, Renaud de Hoos, and our Secretary General, Marco Del Penta. They will start at 10:55 a.m. A round of applause for the panelists.
And for you. So, plenty of time, wow.
Finished right on time. Very well done.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, it was good to have you.
Research at the UI is the amount of academic freedom you have here compared to other universities. In general, other universities have certain programs. The faculties have certain programs they would like to research, and if you want to apply to a PhD there, you will have to change your research if you already have a research idea to fit the programs that they have the funding for. And at the UI, this is not the case. You apply here with your own research proposal and your own research interests, which you also are not stuck with. If you want to make changes in the first year, that's still possible, but you have complete freedom in actually doing the research that really interests you. I think for a PhD that, it takes 4 years of your life, it's quite an intensive thing. I think that's just so important to also keep your interests, and I think if you have to maybe adjust your interests to fit something else, you're more likely to maybe lose your interest down the line.
We're a relatively small department. We have 12 professors, 12 full-time professors and a couple of part-time professors. Though we're small, we're perfectly formed, of course. We cover a wide range of different subject areas within law, so constitutional law, EU law, international law, comparative law, and so on.
somewhat of a steady progress. There's deadlines at the end of every study year, first, second, third year at least, and fourth year obviously you should be done with your thesis. I think that helps a lot for researchers to stay on track, know where they're at, maybe have more confidence as well in their own ability to finish it in time. I think that helps a lot in general, and there's a great community to help you develop your research, find perhaps areas of research you didn't know about but would be immensely useful. There's professors, there's fellow researchers that do different things, but quite often, even though they do different things, have different research interests, they still come to help you in your research by suggesting certain avenues of literature you hadn't thought about. And I feel like everyone here is always very open to help you, very open to have a conversation at least, either over lunch or coffee or in their office. And I think that really is extremely helpful. I think that leads to being able to do the best research you can.
The relationship between a researcher and a research supervisor varies a lot because it depends on the supervisor and on the researcher. And it also varies by year. So the researcher can expect to have a reasonably intense relationship with their supervisor in their first year. So for example, I would expect to see my first year researchers every couple of weeks in their first term. Maybe that would be every 3 or 4 weeks in the second term, unless the researcher is experiencing particular problems or difficulties. And normally before a professor meets a researcher, they would often ask the researcher to submit something to them that they can read, so there's a basis for having a conversation. So I'd say, aside from seminars, the two main things that a supervisor offers are a reading and commenting service, and then a meeting opportunity to discuss the researcher's ideas. And we have, because we're a relatively small department, we do have quite close contact with our researchers, which is one of the most rewarding bits of the job for us, and I think one of the most rewarding aspects of the EUI for the researchers.
Obviously, the social life at the EUI has been very different the last year and a half. I think that's true for anywhere in the world, but taking the social life as it was the year and a half I was here before COVID started, I think it's a very vibrant life. There is definitely a danger of getting so much into an EUI bubble because there's just so much on offer here. There's extra for nearly everything, and even if what you would like to do, whether it's a sport or a hobby or interest, if it's not there, you have the possibility to create that if you find like-minded people. But even outside of the EUI and the activities that are organized here, there's still the whole city of Florence where there's plenty of things you can do there as well. There's a beautiful city to discover, and in general, to be. And if you, in the first month you're here, really buckle down and learn as much Italian as possible, I think you can really enjoy the city even outside the EUI premise.
People would be maybe one of the most important reasons to study here. I would say also, it's a very unusual institution. You don't find many international institutions which focus exclusively on PhD and LLM research, so it's exclusively doctoral and postdoctoral. And that creates a really wonderful atmosphere. The students, and of course we call them researchers, are scholars in their own right, and they interact with one another as scholars. So although it's a very intellectually serious and challenging environment, and it certainly is that. It's also a very supportive and friendly environment where the researchers really help one another develop their ideas and their projects in a way that I've simply never seen anywhere else. So now, you know, when I see our graduates out and about in conferences and so on, I can always identify an EUI researcher, you know, because they've had so much practice sharing ideas with their peers, with their professors, that they're just very accomplished at presenting their research, which also, of course, in career terms, is an advantage.
I would recommend the EUI mostly for all the above reasons: the academic freedom, you're pursuing your own research interests, great professors, great fellow researchers, a great environment in general. And I think if all of that doesn't convince someone yet, then it's still very nice weather in Tuscany as well. It's beautifully situated. I think you'll be very hard-pressed to find a location as beautiful as this. And somehow that also is very inspiring to work and continue working.
Welcome to this session of the State of the Union Conference, where we are honored to have the participation of Italy's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Antonio Tajani. I give the floor now to Professor Renaud Dehus, President of the European University Institute.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's of course a great honor to welcome today such a distinguished host as Minister Tajani. I want to stress that we at the European University Institute are very much attached to our tradition of having a distinguished Italian speaker opening the State of the Union Conference. Italy, for us, is not only the wonderful host country that everybody knows. It's also a country to which we are grateful for its unfailing support for the Institute and a partner for many of our development plans. The creation of the School of Transnational Governance some years ago, and now the programs we are setting up to provide training activities towards the Western Balkans and countries from the Eastern Partnership. It is, therefore, a great honor for me to welcome Vice President Antonio Tajani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Italy, and well-known European, if I may put it that way, since he has, as is well known in his past career, served in important positions, first as Vice President of the European Commission, and then as President of the European Parliament. He's therefore uniquely placed to address the important issues that feature on the agenda of our conference, and se posso aggiungerei in modo più personale, è per noi, signor Ministro, un grandissimo piacere rivederla così fedele all'Istituto. Abbiamo avuto il piacere di averla pochi mesi fa, grazie di aver trovato il tempo per questa visita e per questa apertura dei nostri lavori. Ma prima di darle la parola dobbiamo dare posto a un messaggio del Capo dello Stato che pregherò pertanto il nostro Segretario Generale di voler presentare.
Signor Vicepresidente del Consiglio e Ministro degli Affari Esteri, Mrs. Deputy President of the European Parliament, Commissioners, members of the European Parliament, Vice President of the Tuscany Region, Signora Sindaco di Fiesole, Signor Sindaco di Firenze, autorità civili e militari, cari amici e colleghi. Ho l'onore oggi di leggere un messaggio che il signor Presidente della Repubblica ha inteso recapitarci, non potendo essere qui con noi. La conferenza sullo Stato dell'Unione, che si riunisce quest'anno a Fiesole, costituisce un'occasione preziosa per riflettere sul progetto europeo in un momento storico cruciale per il nostro continente e a pochi giorni dall'anniversario del 9 maggio, festa dell'Europa. L'Europa, nel momento più incerto e sconfortante della sua storia, seppe fare dell'improbabile il possibile. I popoli europei, al termine di una guerra sanguinosa e fratricida, si unirono decidendo di costituire insieme il proprio futuro, ponendo le fondamenta per una pace duratura. Da allora si è dato avvio ad un percorso europeo comune che, non senza difficoltà, contraddizioni e anche fallimenti, prosegue lungo la sua traiettoria rappresentando un'esperienza di successo. L'Unione sta affrontando nuovamente oggi emergenze globali di portata epocale, quali la pandemia Covid-19, le conseguenze drammatiche del cambiamento climatico, i flussi migratori incontrollati, la ingiustificabile aggressione della Federazione Russa all'Ucraina e le sue devastanti conseguenze umanitarie, geopolitiche ed economiche. Prove che hanno offerto e richiedono ancora unità, solidarietà e uno sforzo congiunto nel difendere quei valori che ci uniscono e senza i quali l'Unione non avrebbe motivo di essere. Lo Stato di diritto, le libertà fondamentali, la democrazia. Oggi più che mai è necessario continuare la costruzione europea con coraggio. Nei momenti di maggiore difficoltà rinnovarsi è essenziale e risolutivo. Costruire l'Europa nei tempi di incertezza, recita il tema scelto per la manifestazione odierna, cogliendo il senso della sfida. Possiamo trarre dalla storia una lezione. L'Europa ha dimostrato di saper affrontare le sfide e le crisi difficili, emergendone più forte e coesa. Le ragioni del patto fondativo europeo sono più che mai attuali. Con questi sentimenti auguro pieno successo alla vostra iniziativa. Sergio Mattarella.
I am honored to introduce Italy's Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Antonio Tajani.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me today in this very important event in Fiesole. Bonjour. Je pense que c'est très important, comme a dit le président de la République italienne, de réfléchir sur l'état de l'Union européenne. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Allow me to turn in my mother tongue in Italian. È giusto riflettere sulla nostra Unione Europea in un momento particolare. Abbiamo una guerra alle porte dell'Europa. Stiamo vivendo ancora gli strascichi della terza crisi dopo quella di Lehman Brothers e quella provocata dal coronavirus, quella provocata dall'innalzamento del prezzo dell'energia che ha provocato problemi in tutto il nostro continente e viviamo ancora un aumento preoccupante dell'inflazione. Cosa possiamo fare, cosa abbiamo fatto, cosa dobbiamo pensare per il nostro futuro? Per il governo italiano è chiaro che esistono due stelle polari per quanto riguarda la politica estera. Una sono le relazioni transatlantiche, gli Stati Uniti sono il nostro principale alleato, l'altra stella polare si chiama Europa. Siamo paese fondatore, vogliamo essere protagonisti con i nostri 60 milioni di cittadini della costruzione di un percorso che veda tutti quanti i popoli europei uniti per guardare con più ottimismo al futuro, per affrontare insieme le grandi sfide geopolitiche. Perché quando sarà terminata la guerra avremo dei giganti, la Cina, l'India, la stessa Federazione Russa, gli Stati Uniti, con i quali dovremo confrontarci. Certamente, e qui torna l'importanza di essere parte della Unione Europea, non potremo affrontare questa grande sfida globale come non possiamo affrontare quella di questi giorni, ma ancor di più in futuro. Quindi l'Unione Europea non è qualcosa che riguarda il passato, ma che riguarda il futuro di tutti quanti noi, le grandi sfide se fossimo da soli. 60 milioni di italiani, per quanto capaci, intelligenti, inventivi, non potrebbero uscire, come si dire, vincenti da un confronto geopolitico, economico con gli altri. Quindi è nostro interesse, è una necessità uniti. Ma stare uniti perché? Solo per ragioni geopolitiche? Certamente sono fondamentali. E dobbiamo fare di più. Abbiamo notato ancora una volta quanto si sia indietro nella politica di difesa. Politica di difesa europea, se ne cominciò a parlare negli anni 50, poi venne nel 1954 fermata. Stiamo compiendo, dicevo, un percorso un po' lentamente, permettetemi di dirlo, e ce ne accorgiamo di quanto sia stato lento questo percorso proprio in questi momenti, quando si decide dobbiamo dare le munizioni all'Ucraina, dobbiamo sostenere l'Ucraina. Se non c'è un sistema di difesa, anche un'industria della difesa, meglio coordinata, che sia parte di un disegno europeo, certamente è più difficile fare politica estera. Dicevano nell'Ottocento non si fa politica estera se non si batte bandiera. All'epoca battere bandiera significava avere flotte che nel mondo potessero affermare la presenza di un paese. E se vogliamo affermare la nostra presenza anche e soprattutto come portatori di pace, io penso alla missione Altea in Bosnia e Erzegovina, che è una missione tutta europea. Avere una difesa comune non significa trasformare l'Europa in una sorta di realtà guerrafondaia, significa avere un'Europa protagonista della politica, portatrice di pace. Perché chi conosce poi anche il mondo militare sa che se c'è qualcuno che non è guerrafondaio è proprio il militare. Ma serve un'Europa che possa accelerare i tempi per avere una unica politica estera, che possa prendere delle decisioni. Allora dobbiamo domandarci quali riforme fare. Il voto all'unanimità è utile o non è utile per avere un'Europa politicamente più forte? Io credo che si debba procedere a qualche cambiamento. E guardando anche i più giovani fra di voi, penso che l'Europa, per fare delle scelte politiche, debba anche rafforzare la sua istituzione democratica, che è il Parlamento europeo. È l'unico Parlamento al mondo quasi che per esempio non ha il potere di iniziativa legislativa, e questo non va nella direzione di rafforzare la democrazia all'interno della Unione Europea. I rappresentanti dei popoli europei devono avere il diritto, in nome e per conto dei loro elettori, di presentare delle proposte legislative, che non possono essere le proposte legislative una prerogativa praticamente assoluta, sì, c'è quella delle iniziative popolari, ma è talmente complicato, prerogativa assoluta della Commissione europea. Perché l'unico rappresentante elettivo è il Parlamento. E allora è vero che Lisbona ha fatto compiere un passo in avanti al Parlamento, ma bisogna continuare quel percorso. Percorso che deve vedere l'Europa certamente protagonista di scelte politiche, con l'Italia che deve essere protagonista. Tante volte io sento lamentele sul ruolo dell'Italia, ma contiamo poco. Se si vuole contare bisogna lavorare di più, bisogna essere più presenti, bisogna essere più attivi anche nelle istituzioni comunitarie, perché l'Europa siamo noi. Abbiamo il diritto e il dovere di contare di più in Europa. Non possiamo lamentarci se gli altri contano di più, dobbiamo farci valere. Ma battere i pugni sul tavolo non serve. Bisogna, per contare, essere credibili, seri, affidabili, responsabili e fare delle proposte. Perché discutere anche dei contenuti delle scelte europee non significa essere anti-europei, è vero l'esatto contrario, più si discute, più si è europeisti perché si vuole partecipare alla costruzione di un progetto comune. Ma se stiamo discutendo in questa fase, per esempio, del patto di stabilità e crescita, se diciamo che il patto di stabilità e crescita nuovo, così come proposto dalla Commissione, rappresenta certamente un passo in avanti, però credo che dovrebbe essere aggiustato, magari escludendo dal conto le spese per la transizione ecologica, le spese per il PNRR, le spese che vengono fatte magari per sostenere l'Ucraina. Sono tutte scelte dettate da politiche generali che vanno al di là della posizione di un singolo paese e dell'economia di un singolo paese. Quindi riflettiamo, discutiamo, faccio un esempio perché è quello di più stretta attualità, potremmo parlare della difesa europea e c'è qualcuno che dice no, ma la NATO, ma la difesa europea non sarebbe un'alternativa alla NATO. La difesa europea sarebbe rafforzare la presenza europea all'interno della NATO per dare un contributo maggiore. Io ho sempre insistito sulla necessità, avendo dedicato la stragrande maggioranza della mia vita politica alle istituzioni comunitarie, della necessità di avere sempre più italiani a Bruxelles, perché gli italiani possono dare un grande contributo. Non lo facciamo abbastanza, dobbiamo farlo ancora di più. Contare di più in Europa significa avere più idee, più proposte, più partecipazione. Non è vero neanche che gli italiani sono esclusi. Io sono diventato Presidente del Parlamento europeo, nessuno mi ha escluso. Mi hanno votato non soltanto gli italiani, perché se no non sarei stato eletto. Quindi vuol dire che se si vuole essere protagonisti in Europa, e non ho mai rinunciato alla mia identità di italiano, ecco, rinunciare significa poi essere costretti a lamentarsi degli altri, l'asse franco-tedesco. Mettiamocela tutta per contare di più. C'è bisogno anche in Europa di più Italia. Dobbiamo farci ascoltare, perché l'Europa siamo noi. L'Europa deve essere la sintesi di tutto ciò che c'è nel nostro continente. Culture e identità anche diverse, lingue diverse. Negli Stati Uniti è più facile costruire gli Stati Uniti d'America che gli Stati Uniti d'Europa, eppure ci hanno messo 100 anni. Noi abbiamo delle identità talmente forti, ciascuno di noi, che poi mettere tutto in comune è sempre complicato. Però credo che valga la pena farlo, perché poi non dobbiamo neanche considerare l'Europa come se fosse il palazzo di Berlaymont, il cuore dell'Europa. Il cuore dell'Europa sono quasi 500 milioni di donne e uomini che vivono in Europa. Confondere la burocrazia con l'Europa è un grave errore. La burocrazia è al servizio di 500 milioni di persone e non viceversa. E qui è la politica che deve avere il coraggio e la forza di imporsi, di assumersi delle responsabilità, dare delle direttive, dare delle linee guida alla burocrazia, che deve applicare le scelte politiche. Per questo insisto sulla necessità di un'Europa più democratica, con più poteri al Parlamento europeo. Ma non lo dico soltanto perché sono stato Presidente del Parlamento europeo, perché ne sono assolutamente convinto, perché così i popoli si sentono più rappresentati nelle istituzioni comunitarie, nella vita quotidiana. E poi ai tanti ragazzi che frequentano i corsi di questa magnifica realtà, siamo fieri di ospitarla in Italia, grazie per quello che fate, grazie anche poi alle nostre amministrazioni che contribuiscono al mantenimento di una realtà culturale formativa così importante che permette di formare nuove generazioni, manager, esperti. Parlavamo prima anche di manager che si formeranno in provenienza dai Balcani. Noi vogliamo che questi paesi facciano parte dell'Unione Europea. Siamo favorevoli all'ingresso dell'Ucraina, ma siamo favorevoli anche all'ingresso dei paesi dei Balcani occidentali che sono candidati ad essere parte dell'Unione Europea. Perché altrimenti rischiamo di lasciare popoli che hanno comunque una visione e una tradizione comune alla nostra sotto l'influenza di altre realtà che non hanno lo stesso minimo comune denominatore. Perché dico questo? Perché c'è qualche cosa che ci lega. Che cosa lega un polacco a un italiano, un maltese a uno svedese? Ci sono secoli di storia, anche di lotte, di confronti, però ci sono tanti di quegli elementi in comune che nel momento in cui si riflette sullo stato dell'arte, quindi sullo stato dell'Unione, non possono essere dimenticati. La nostra identità non può essere dimenticata. E credere e rafforzare la propria identità, credere e rafforzare la propria cultura, significa non chiudersi agli altri, ma significa aprirsi agli altri, perché più si è convinti di ciò che si è, più si è disposti al dialogo. E per questo dico che insieme dobbiamo anche affrontare la grande questione delle migrazioni. È un tema storico, non è soltanto un fatto di cronaca, è soltanto un'Europa unita, che ha un idem sentire, può svolgere un ruolo importante anche nel continente africano, perché non è soltanto una questione di ordine pubblico, quella dell'immigrazione, sì, in alcuni casi lo è anche, ma è una questione di una visione strategica. Come l'Europa vuole rapportarsi con il continente che ha di fronte? Con quali lenti vuole guardare all'Africa? E dobbiamo guardare tutti assieme, non con le lenti dei colonizzatori, ma con le lenti degli africani, per rafforzare un'amicizia. Loro aspettano l'Europa come l'aspettano in Sud America, perché abbiamo dei legami talmente forti che non possiamo dimenticare, ma lo dobbiamo fare come Europa. E ogni Stato europeo deve dare il suo contributo per questo progetto, per risolvere le grandi questioni storiche, perché altrimenti fare un bilancio sul ruolo della Commissione, sul ruolo del Parlamento, il ruolo del Consiglio, sarebbe limitante. Dobbiamo guardare come insieme possiamo affrontare le grandi sfide del presente e del futuro. La lotta al cambiamento climatico, ma combinarla con la tutela della natura imprenditoriale dell'europeo. Perché se ci sono 24 milioni di imprese piccole e medie in Europa, vuol dire che anche questa vocazione all'uomo faber c'è in Europa. Quindi dobbiamo tenere conto anche di questo. Ecco un altro elemento in comune. Come c'è naturalmente un elemento comune storico, e non lo dico perché ho la sindrome del sacrestano, ma le comuni radici cristiane, giudaico-cristiane, sono parte della nostra identità europea, indipendentemente
Hello, good morning to everyone, and welcome to this panel on de-democratization and opposition to gender equality politics in Europe, and welcome to the State of the Union at the European University Institute. My name is Ruth Rubio Marin, and I am a professor of law both in Spain and at the School of Transnational Governance here at the European University Institute. And together with me is Lucrecia Rubio, who was a former PhD student of the European University Institute. It must be exciting to be on the platform, right, Lucrecia?
10 years ago.
10 years ago. And now she's a postdoctoral fellow at the Universidad Complutense of Madrid and will be co-chairing this panel with me. It's an absolute privilege to have quite a distinguished panel to address what I think is a really topical and pressing issue today. And with us, we have Neil Datta. Neil Datta is the director of the European Forum for Sexual and Reproductive Rights. Lucrecia, we already introduced. We have Johanna Kantola, who is a professor of European politics at Helsinki University, Carlin Chili, the director of the European Institute of Gender Equality, which I'm sure you're all familiar with, and Maria Jepsen, who is deputy director of Eurofund. And it is really absolutely wonderful to have you all here. I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and start what I'm sure is going to be a fascinating conversation. Please, I have been told that you have to use the hashtag @SOU2023 for those who are active on Twitter. So please go ahead, Lucrecia, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here. In the last decade and a half, the EU has witnessed the exponential increase of opposition to gender equality and LGBTQ rights, not only at the national level, but also at the supranational level of the EU itself. Indeed, the EU has become a direct target of this opposition as a fundamental promoter of the gender equality and LGBTQ policies that these oppositional actors contest. What is more worrying is that such oppositional actors have themselves become increasingly present within EU institutions, in particular the European Parliament, but also the civil society milieu that exists around it. So in this regard, I would like to start by asking you, Carlin Chili, why should we be alarmed about this increase in opposition against gender equality and LGBTQ rights at EU level? What is at risk?
Well, thank you very much for the invite. It's a pleasure to be here. And if you ask me what is at risk, I can be very short and concise. Fundamental rights are at risk. Let me explain a little bit how we see this. So my institute collects data and information about the state of play of gender equality in the European Union. And one of the instruments we have is the Gender Equality Index, in which we measure the state of play in the European Union and also the individual 27 member states. Last year's index, because we update it yearly, showed that the EU was at the level of 68.6 points out of 100. 100 points would mean that you have complete gender equality. So if I tell you that we are at 68.6 points out of 100 for the whole EU, it says something. Yeah, there's a lot to improve. Before Corona, the situation wasn't rosy, but Corona certainly didn't help. The gains that we had before, I think that we are losing them again. What strikes us when we look at our research, and I'm also linking this to your question, that especially in times of crisis, Corona, pandemic, the war in Ukraine,
people seem to put gender equality aside, human rights aside, because they say, now we talk about important matters. And when this is solved, we come back to gender equality and to human rights. It's an issue that we put aside. What people tend to forget is that gender equality and gender mainstreaming are part of the solution to come out of a crisis. So what we see is extremely worrying, attacking fundamental rights of women and men, fundamental rights of LGBTI people. We are losing ground. Maybe I can say two more things. I think that here political will and commitment is of extreme importance. So our political leaders in the European Union really have to show their commitment to gender equality, to human rights, to LGBTI rights. Apart from the fundamental human rights and women's rights, we're also speaking about economic gains. Let me give you one figure. My institute calculated that by improving gender equality, by 2050 we will have 10.5 million more jobs in the European Union. So it also has an economic aspect that people tend to forget. I think I will leave it to here, just as a starter of the discussion. Thank you.
So what is at risk is the potential sidelining of gender equality and LGBTQ rights as a priority for the EU. In relation to this, Neil, contestation to fundamental rights, particularly related to women's rights and sexuality and reproduction, has always existed. But what makes what is happening now particularly worrying?
Thank you for that, and also thank you for inviting me to Florence. It's really a pleasure to be here. And also thank you for asking this question, just so that we understand a little bit what's happening now and how this is different from what has been a historic contestation on women's rights and other sexual and reproductive rights. So first I want to start out by pointing out what this is not. This is not a question of European societies becoming more socially conservative. It's more socially conservative. It's not that people have a bigger problem with women accessing abortion or have a problem with LGBT people. That's not what's happening. In fact, it's the reverse. Also, it is not a backlash to progressive advances. It's not because progressives make an advance that then there's an automatic response happening in reaction to it. So those two we can exclude. What is happening is the emergence of a new movement which builds upon the social conservatism which exists and has always existed in all societies. You go from conservative Poland, very progressive Sweden or the Netherlands, there is social conservatism everywhere. So there's that. But what has happened is that there's a new category of actors which have emerged in Europe, composed of NGOs, think tanks, political parties, which have been able to weaponize this social conservatism to then go in with very ambitious normative objectives. And it's interesting to take a look at this. First, the normative objectives have gone from simply being against abortion to now being against all of sexual and reproductive health and rights, even contraception, divorce. The next phase was also taking a look at LGBT rights, not just equal marriage, but also non-discrimination. Then gender. Gender, we shouldn't overthink it. It can be any definition we give to it. This can provoke an allergic reaction. Children's rights, specifically who gets to decide about the best interests of the child, whether it's the family, by that traditional heterosexual patriarchal family, or the state, also comes up for contestation. And then also the idea of freedom, the notion that my religious freedom is more important than your rights as a woman to access health services or your right as an LGBT person to be free from non-discrimination. So there's been an enlargement of this, and we can see three main trends with this new movement. One is professionalization. So from social conservatism, doing little protests outside a clinic or something like this, now they know how policy and power works. Secondly, transnational networking, so that now all these different groups in the Netherlands, in Croatia, Poland, France, Sweden, Slovenia, they all are interconnected, they meet, they strategize, and like with any movement that is able to transnational network, they become stronger and more strategic. And then finally, this is a very important aspect, they have been able to they have been able to reproduce themselves. Okay, so it's no longer an old movement of aging white men. It is now young people. The average age is 30, 40. They all have very good degrees. They're multilingual. In short, they look like a lot of people who come out of the European University. Okay, so I think that's something we need to keep in mind. So, and maybe I'll just finish here, just to really drive home how much of a change this is. We did a study on the funding for this so-called anti-gender movement. How much money are they getting? So we looked at the 2009 to 2018 period, and we identified which groups we wanted to take a look at, and then we tracked down their financial details. So for that decade, we were able to identify that there's at least $700 million going into this movement only in Europe for that decade. We then take a look at it further. We can find that the amount of money has quadrupled in terms of annual spending from 2009 to 2018. At first, it was less than $20 million a year. It ends up at nearly $80 million a year. So if your budget quadruples, you can do more. And then finally, 3 geographic sources. United States funding from the US Christian right. Secondly, funding from the Russian Federation, specifically 2 far-right oligarchs. And then most importantly, 400 million out of the 700 million from Europe itself, our own social economic elites, states, etc. So just to give an idea of this is what's happening in Europe.
Thank you. In this context of everything you explained, it is quite a relief to hear that European societies are not becoming more conservative. And in this regard, Maria Jepsen, I would like to ask you, the Eurofound has been analyzing data from the European Value Survey in relation to European citizens' perceptions of women's role in society. What does this analysis show?
Well, I would like to, like other speakers, thank you for having invited me to the event and talk at this panel about gender equality. And yeah, so we've been looking quite a lot into the European Values Survey and our own surveys to understand issues around social cohesion, social trust. And one of the issues that we went into to look into were what are citizens' attitude towards gender equality. So now there are not specifically any questions related to saying gender equality, but it's very much questions related to citizens' attitude towards gendered roles, I would say. And so we looked into 3 questions, which are, do children suffer when mother works? A job is all right, but most women, what they really want is to is a home and children, and when jobs are scarce, men have more right to a job than a woman. And the way that citizens perceive, how far up the scale from 0 to 10 they are on these indicators, one can then assess whether they are more in favor of gender equality in terms of a non-specialization of gendered roles, or more towards what I would call here a traditional gendered role model where there's a gendered specialization of roles, where the mother is woman is a homemaker, and the man takes up paid employment outside of the home. So I would tend to agree with Neil, namely that you do not see huge changes on the averages of these indicators, but you do still see movements within the indicators. And I think it's important to understand citizens' attitudes as citizens' attitudes are not only determined by their individual attributes or social norms, they are also very much shaped by the opportunistic structures within which they evolve. And that means, what kind of policies are put up in societies, and how can citizens engage and use these policies for paid, unpaid work. So understanding the opposition to gender equality is really important also to understand citizens' attitudes towards gender equality, to understand what opportunities are these oppositions actually playing into with regard to citizens' attitudes. And I think it's to nobody's surprise. We looked at 2 years, we looked at 2008, 2017, so this is pre-COVID, but still. And we didn't see huge developments. And interestingly enough, and I think it's to nobody's surprise, we saw exactly the same kind of profile for citizens' attitude towards gender equality, as you would see with the Gender Equality Index. So there's really a nice one-to-one in terms of attitudes and in terms of outcomes, where I think the Gender Equality Index is more about outcomes. Where you have the Nordic countries, you got France, you got Spain, kind of ranking very close to what would you say gender equality, which would be a 10. And you got other countries like Slovakia, Romania, Bulgaria, that's very much or more on an average around 5 out of 10 with regards to gender equality. And it slides very nicely with the Gender Equality Index. So in that sense, there's no surprise that the attitudes, to a certain extent, mirrors the outcomes. But when we look into the development that we've observed from 2007 and to 2018, I think on average, as I said, there's not a huge development. The development that we've seen is one of, I would say, citizens' attitude being maybe a little bit more gender equal with regard to women's role as homemakers, namely saying, well, children actually do not really suffer when mothers work, and women might have other wishes in life than being a homemaker and having children. So in that sense, we got it is going towards what we qualified as more gender equal. Where we do see a more negative development is with regard to men have priority over jobs when jobs are scarce. So more on the labor market perspective, where you have a set of countries, mostly Eastern European countries, where this seems, where the priority to men seems to get a higher predominance as to before. So, and if you look at the period 2008, 2017, yeah, it was a period of crisis. It was a period where we had huge unemployment. But during 2017, the unemployment had basically kind of settled down. And even at that point, it seemed to be, well, there seemed to be a higher proportion of the citizens giving priority to men over jobs when they're scarce, and especially in Romania and Slovakia, so Bulgaria, in countries, and Hungary as well, so in countries where so there has been a bit of a backside, I would say, in attitudes. We don't have the figures yet for the newer period, but it would be interesting to see what has happened over the next period in terms of, is this settling in or was it just a glitch?
And taking into account this evolution of the citizens' perceptions that you've just explained, I wonder whether we could say something about what the drivers of this change, or the drivers of the attitudes, and then also the drivers of this change are.
Okay. So the drivers of, we see the determinants of these attitudes for citizens between 2008 and 2017 are fairly similar, okay? So about 50 and above would have a negative negative impact in terms of gender equality, what we do qualify as gender equality. I would say a weak labor market attachment, like unemployed, being retired as well, has a negative impact, as lower educational attainment, especially primary. Now, primary education, there are variations, like slight variations, but this is with a very broad brush, I would say. And what has a positive impact is, well, being a woman, urban areas, but also social trust. Social trust and life satisfaction in general has a positive determinant effect on gender equality. So this could kind of tell us something about what kind of policies or what kind of triggers that opposition actually can feed into, or where they cannot feed into. And I think that the issues about weak labor market situation comes about very strong, age, but on the positive side, also the issue about social trust and about life satisfaction, which is very much what has been found in other research, that there is a positive correlation between social trust and gender equality. So if you break that social trust, you could expect kind of a negative feedback loop into attitudes towards gender equality. And I think that's important to understand that as Carleen said, was talking about when we go through the transitions that we're going through, and what was said this morning, like leave nobody behind, because it has a negative impact in terms of social cohesion. It has a negative impact in terms of income, in terms of uncertainty, and then it has a backlash on gender equality in more general terms. So it's not only targeted, it's a much wider phenomena that one needs to engage with.
Thank you. Moving from EU citizens to EU institutions, Joanna, maybe you can explain to us what has been the impact of anti-gender politics and radical right populist parties on gender equality within the European Parliament, and how does it vary in relation to different policy fields?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question, Lucrecia, and to both of you for kind of succeeding in putting this panel together. It's really important, as we are kind of debating the Article 2 core value of equality and what happens to it. And I've been researching it together with my colleagues, one of whom is in the room, Emanuela Lombardo, in the European Parliament, which is the location of what Neil was talking about, this professionalization, transnationalization, and reproduction. This is where it happens for many of the far-right groups or radical right populist politicians. And I have a colleague in Finland, Elena Zaharenko, who has done a study about anti-gender politics in the European Parliament, and her estimation is that 30% of the MEPs in the current parliament oppose gender equality. So you see that it's quite a substantive minority, if we can call it that way, and we can expect some impact on the parliamentary politics. And also bearing in mind that the European Parliament is currently so important in terms of EU legislation, it has a lot of power. So we have looked at the impact with my colleagues in different ways. So one of the things that has changed is that for a long time, so the EU had a very professionalized gender equality policy for a long time. There was real stagnation since the 2008 crisis, but nevertheless it was a shared value. We saw a lot of kind of indirect opposition to gender equality, but little direct opposition. So what we are now actually seeing that it's more legitimate to directly oppose gender equality in the European Parliament. So this takes the form of kind of outright rejection. It's not okay to talk about it, especially about gender, part of the gender equality. It might be more okay to talk about equality between women and men, like not taking into account some of the developments in feminist theory or gender theory. So this has definitely changed. And then we see a lot of use of the so-called gender ideology language, which is another way of directly opposing gender equality. So framing it as a harmful ideology, which kind of doesn't treat girls as girls and boys as boys and women as women and men and men. Obviously, we still see indirect opposition as well in the European Parliament in the form of hidden kind of in Euroscepticism or subsidiarity, many other ways. So this is one way in which it is present, and together with Emanuela, we have kind of argued that it has this discursive impact on the parliament. It creates this very hostile attitude towards advancing gender equality, and it has real consequences for some of the kind of the feminist politics and feminist politicians in the parliament, but also on the kind of content and the language of LGBTQI rights and women's rights and gender equality. So radical right populism, it's not just a project of destroying gender equality, it's also a project of kind of reconstructing its contents. So we see this politics of reframing some of our key concepts in the parliament, such as human rights, kind of omitting some of the feminist contents out of it. So this is the very important discursive impact. Lucrecia, you also asked about the kind of the varied policy impact. Obviously, the impact is not the same across all policy fields. This is one of the findings of this big research project, so-called EU GenDem, that I've been directing. So we've looked at different policy fields in the European Parliament, and if we talk about economic policy, or for example, the Recovery and Resilience Fund of the COVID policy, so we don't see the impact of radical right populists in relation to this. What we see in relation to economic policy, economic governance of the EU, we see the usual resistance towards gender mainstreaming and gender equality. The fact that it's a total no-no to insert gender equality into EU economic policy, although we can see, as you have illustrated, that it would be so important. But we see this impact in other policy fields, like violence policy, the Istanbul Convention, sexual health and reproductive rights, and maybe going back to what Neil was saying, that how it expands from a fairly kind of small point into something bigger. So for example, with the Istanbul Convention, a lot of feminists within the European Parliament thought that it's going to be quite easy to pass and ratify at the EU level, but suddenly with the impact of radical right populists, it became a very contested issue, and a lot of kind of gender equality issues became contested at the same time. And I just want to finish with a very final sentence. This is about the Parliament, but obviously in the EU we have all of the other institutions. So for example, in relation to violence and the Istanbul Convention, so we now have a commission which is quite committed to circumventing this opposition, for example, towards Istanbul Convention, and putting forward a directive on gender violence to then tackle this opposition. So it's also important to understand these other dynamics that are going on between the EU institutions and actors.
Yeah, so let me maybe pick from where you left it, because I want the second part of this conversation to be about feminist counteraction. We have a picture, but we want to get a sense of what is being done. So maybe, Johanna, can you expand a little bit about what feminist actors are doing to counter this in the EU?
Yes. This is a very important question, because obviously you have this opposition to gender equality, but then you have the feminist actors reacting against it and acting for feminist politics. And this resistance comes from the civil society, from politicians, from academia, so from a lot of different places, and then kind of we need it from all of the different places, because we've already seen kind of some of the tactics that the radical right populists are using. So we need to use maybe similar tactics. We know that the radical right populists have been very effective in learning our tactics, attending our events. So we can maybe do a bit of the same. So again, together with Emanuela Lombardo, we have looked at these feminist responses to radical right populists within the European Parliament. And we find them on 4 levels or 4 dimensions, or there are 4 ways to do it. So part of them are these knowledge responses, maybe a bit what we're doing here today as well. So kind of talking about it and providing knowledge about it. I mentioned the report by Elena Zaharenko. It's a wonderful example. She really traces the links between the politicians, the MEPs, and then this money that Neil was mentioning, and all of these connections. So providing this knowledge. And kind of providing the content to the women's rights and LGBTQI rights, which is gender equality friendly and women's rights friendly, LGBTQI friendly. But also coalition building is really important between these different actors within parliaments, and kind of collaborating towards these shared goals. We are interested, or in my research, I've always been interested in politics and kind of political dynamics and political institutions. So they're very specific places, parliaments, for example, and you see these attacks within the parliament, but then the response can be that you really uphold the democratic rules of the parliament and you maybe develop them as well. So look at how the parliament functions. What can you do in terms of rules making in relation to hate speech, for example? So these are some of the important debates. And then finally, we've done all these interviews with MEPs in the European Parliament and members of staff over the past 3 or 4 years, 150 interviews. And the final kind of strategy or response that we identify is this very everyday pragmatic engagement with the far right, kind of everyday decisions that do you engage with certain arguments, do you decide not to invite them? So it's a very alive topic in a sense, like how do you respond to this? And it's a lot of normative, tactical, strategic decisions that we should also be debating.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful. So maybe picking on your emphasis on knowledge and taking it to Ege, Carleen, data and evidence. What is the importance, you think, of both these things for effective policy making?
Well, you won't be surprised if I say that data and evidence are of utmost importance and should be the basis of every policy making. Since we know that many of the anti-gender movements base their rhetoric on disinformation or misunderstandings, if it's of utmost relevance, of course, to provide the right data and information. But it's not the only solution. What we are currently very much aware of in my institute, and we're also putting more and more focus on that, is communication. Because it's great to collect the right data and information, but it's also very important how you're going to distribute them. And I wonder often if, and it's also something I ask myself, about myself and my staff, do people realize enough that behind the data and information there's stories of real people? And you know, I have worked in this area for many, many years, more than 20 years, gender equality. And I sometimes have the impression that also gender experts, but many people who work in the field, or those listening to our evidence and data, they forget it's also about them. So, for example, if you look at the appalling data about gender-based violence and violence against women and girls, I almost on a daily basis think, my goodness, I have a daughter. So this is the risk that she might become a victim of domestic violence. And I think one of the important issues in our communication is to show that it's about you and it's about me. It's about the people that we love. It's about the people that we care about. So your daughter, your wife, your cousin, they risk becoming a victim of violence. They risk becoming less paid for the same work that men do, etc., etc. So communication is of utmost importance. And we work together with Neil on counteracting anti-gender narratives. It's very complicated. We're currently working on a handbook, a guide on communication for this specific purpose. And I don't say that my institute has the knowledge how to counteract, but we are collecting good practices because it's important how we communicate, how we share the evidence, how we share the data. And please let us realize it's about us. It's about the people we love. It's about real citizens in the European Union who are encountering on a daily basis what it means to live in a gender unequal society. And maybe a last word on, because you also asked me about the democratic backsliding. You know, one of the priority topics of the European Commission is a new push for European democracy. We only have democracy when all citizens in the European Union feel included, when there's social inclusion and social cohesion. And now I come back to my plea for data and evidence, because for any policy development in the European Union, for anything that we take up, the Commission and Member States, it is important to work on the basis of data and evidence. And let me bring you to the Green Deal, which is an important topic at the moment in the European Union. It will be for ages. When I read the document, when it was proposed by the Commission, I realized that it was quite gender neutral. But you know, we are all talking about energy poverty. It's an important topic. So some citizens are completely left out because they live in poverty. If you look at the Green Deal and all the great intentions of the Commission, we also know that many of those costs trickle down on citizens. So those who live in poverty, or mostly single mothers in the European Union, they won't be able to pay for those measures at a household level. They simply won't be able. So that's important information to know. It's gender-sensitive information that if we don't take that into account, they will risk losing out. They risk losing out. So talking about democracy, my plea is let's please work on the basis of gender-sensitive data and information so that indeed all citizens, women, men, boys and girls in all their diversity will be included. That's a gender equal society. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen. So absolutely relevant to have the data to continue to doing and further deepening gender mainstreaming, yes, but also effectively communicating. You know, we fail sometimes to, and making it personal and fitting into the statistics and not talking as if this affected other people and not each one of us. What other actions, Neil, can you think of? I mean, this is a war, and it's great to have data to find the logistics and define a plan, but we need also very practical actions. Can you maybe illustrate us with some other actions that we could take to fight against the undermining of sexual and reproductive rights?
Yes, so thank you. So this is something I've given quite a bit of thought to, and I have 5 areas of action that I think would be useful to explore, and I've tried to name each one with a D, like this is more easy to remember. So the first one would be to have a proactive approach of discovering in order to disrobe these anti-gender, anti-human rights actors. Once we invest in research and we find out who they are, they're not the nice, cuddly Christians that they often present themselves to be. There's usually darker connections behind them. And once we're able to prove this, they lose credibility. And as an example of this, following the report that Joanna mentioned, following some other reports, since 2018, we have seen that a number of these actors have simply exited the Brussels EU sphere. They're not gone, but they're not as present around the institutions as they used to be, but now they've retreated to certain national capitals where they feel safer. But so discover and disrobe. Second, disarm. If we study them, we know their tactics. Their toolkits are fairly easy to figure out. Once we know this, we can go to see policymakers and explain to them, this is what they will do. And we did this with a specific MEP who was working on a report on sexual reproductive health and rights, a very contested topic. We explained to this MEP, you will be the subject of this campaign from that organization. This and this and this will happen to you. He was able to prepare for it, warn his political party. The campaign happened, but didn't have much of an impact. The anti-gender actors were frustrated that their tools that had worked before were no longer effective. A third point is to dislocate them. Many of them are seeking accreditation and recognition by institutions, the EU, Council of Europe, UN. We need to ask ourselves whether some of these actors actually share the same values of democracy and human rights that these institutions are meant to protect. A number of scholars have suggested referring to them as uncivil society. And so not all of them are like this, but we need to ask ourselves, would such uncivil society be deserving of this recognition, for example, to engage with EIGE or the Fundamental Rights Agency or other? Third point is to demonetize. Many of these organizations benefit from public funding or funding from social and economic elites. One specific example, you may have heard of the horrible draft law in Uganda, which would seek to criminalize LGBT people. We know that the source of that, the inspiration for that draft law came from the US Christian right. They found far-right Ugandan parliamentarians as allies. But the organizations supporting this, the Ugandan civil society, unfortunately was funded by European taxpayer money from many of the different bilateral governments, not to promote the law, but for other things. So we need to take a look at our funding and make sure that our funding to different partners is consistent with our values. And then finally, that of defend. Defend those who are really on the front line of the battles on these issues. Just as a small example, Marta Lempart, the head of the Polish women's strike, is facing over 100 lawsuits from various sources. There's a deliberate strategy to go after the leaders in this area. And then finally, to defend the rights that we think are important. And just as a small example, we've recently heard that, as we all know, women's right to abortion have been seriously compromised in both Poland and in the United States as of recent decisions in the past 3 years. There's an immediate problem with women's access to abortion in both countries. There's a bigger problem when you take a look at how this happened, which were decisions by courts which had been infiltrated by far-right anti-gender actors. And so we have a women's rights problem, but a much bigger democracy and functioning judiciary problem. So thank you very much.
That is, you're too modest, Neil, because you could have cited yourself. Neil is currently facing various legal suits because of an amazing report, tip of the iceberg. If you want to know how the funding strategy works, I very much invite you to read Neil's report. I just learned that he's also being subject to lawsuits because of his intervention in front of the European Parliament. So, you can imagine the kind of, even if these lawsuits don't go anywhere in the end, which may be the case in many of them, it still takes energy, money, so there's this erosion dimension to this. Neil, you brought the link to the fore, which is also in our heading, democracy is at stake. Carleen was also making a connection to democracy. I want to open it to the floor, but before that, anyone else among our speakers who wants to say something pressing on either anything that someone else has said or the link to democracy? We can, if not, we can open it to the floor, but I wanted to give you the opportunity if someone felt a pressing urge to say something. If not, then let's open it to the public and see what questions come to the fore. So I can see 4 hands, 1, 2, 3, 4. Shall we maybe, I'm going to encourage that we actually take these 4 questions to make sure that there's time to hear the questions and then we can answer. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Senem Aydın-Düzgit. I'm a professor of international relations from Istanbul. Now, Neil has mentioned all this sort of transnational connection between these movements. Now, in Turkey now we have an approaching general election, maybe some of you know. And interestingly enough, even though Turkey is not in the European Union, the whole discourse of the government and its allies is against gender, against LGBT, and this was nowhere in election campaigns in Turkey's history. It's the first time that we're having this as one of the top election agendas in a country where the opposition doesn't even talk about these issues. It's not even running a platform on these issues, as there are many also other pressing matters. So, and also the discourse is extremely similar to the party programs and discourses of the anti-gender movements in Europe. So it just makes me think about the transnational connection beyond European borders in the immediate neighborhood. And how does that figure exactly? Do they just look at it and think, oh, that's a good idea? Or is there something more at work here? Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Let's take the second question.
Thank you so much for a very interesting session, and thank you, Ruth, for organizing it. It's great that we can discuss it here, gender issues. So I have a question or more comment to Neil mainly, because I would add to this professionalization also that they are working, right-wing organizations, they are working basically on legal level, and that's make them effective, because as you mentioned later, they actually limited some rights in Poland. Like I'm researching mainly right-wing legal mobilization in Poland, but also in Bulgaria, the Constitutional Court said Istanbul Convention is unconstitutional. And also in Hungary, for example, Constitutional Court limited transgender transformations. So making this changes on legal level and through Constitutional Court, it's really hard to reverse them. If politicians are making decisions, you have protests, and society somehow can influence politicians. How we can reverse Constitutional Court decisions? I mean, it's much harder, and making these changes legal make them unreversible. So do you have any ideas what European Union can do with this constitutional court decision? Because I think it's the biggest problem right now, because it's not that easy to reverse it. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back.
Thank you. My name is Arntzen Osve. I'm from Bocconi University. So I have a comment about data and so on. And Maria Jeps and I certainly agree with your statements about the importance of having good data to do the research on it. I just wanted to point out one other issue, which is kind of the cultural side of gender equality. And by cultural, I mean the way attitudes gets passed on from one generation to the other. And I would doubt that if you have an MEP, 50-year-old who's against gender equality, you are going to struggle to change his mind. But anecdotally, I'm Norwegian, but I lived in Italy since 2007. Now my kids are going in an Italian school. So I kind of see how important it is that any kind of attitudes and values needs to be passed on at a quite early age. So, think about schools, think about what you teach kids at school and also adolescents or early adults, young adults. I think that would be a very important policy measure to think about, because you talk about social trust, gender equality, and if you look across countries, you see, okay, the Nordic countries are always doing very well, but they always did very well. And then you have other countries that do very poorly, they always done very poorly. So that is kind of one way to think about how do you think about implementing effective policies. Think about the age to which you gear those policies. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And there was one more question in this first round.
Thank you, Manuela Lombardo from Madrid Complutense University. Thank you so much for organizing these panels, so core for democracy in Europe. And we've heard about all these anti-gender oppositional actors. And now I would like to ask what are the actors that are working towards democratizing, towards integrating gender, LGBT rights into the European Union. What is the European Union doing, or what do you think the European Union could do to strengthen these actors, feminist associations, LGBT, human rights association? Is the EU doing enough, or what could be done? Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to give the floor to get a set of responses in the hope that we can still have some more questions. So brief responses. I'm just gonna, I think there was one direct question maybe for Neil on Istanbul and this is beyond Europe.
Yeah, so thank you. In terms of the transnational networks and what's happening in Turkey right now, what we see is that there are transnational networks, okay? So there's actual meetings where all of these people get together, they exchange ideas, etc. I think one thing that we need to consider is that there's different motivations why people take up this anti-gender activism. Some of them really believe in it. They want to change the world according to their religious ideals. Some others, a whole different set of actors, see this as a useful tool in order to polarize societies, in order to maintain in power. And I think that's what we're seeing in Turkey at the moment. I don't know if Mr. Erdogan goes to bed at night worried about gender, but it's a useful tool in order to use in the campaign. And we see this with the further right-wing politicians in several countries. Secondly, on your question regarding the legal mobilization, this is I didn't have time to mention it during my 3 minutes, but I think this is really one of the key new features of the professionalization of this anti-gender movement. And especially we see this with the US input into this movement. The US has decades of experience litigating on social issues. If you take a look at all of their things, contraception, Roe v. Wade, equal marriage, that's all Supreme Court, not the Congress. Those actors have come to Europe, set up permanent offices in many different cities, and are now hunting for cases in order to take before national courts and European courts. And we need to ask ourselves whether we are adequately prepared.
Absolutely. And if I can just add, the constitutional layer is such a perfect layer to be mobilizing around this, because it allows for it to speak the same language, fundamental rights and human rights, but redefine the contents. It also allows to push an element of constitutional identity, where you can very clearly, play into a nationalist, undertone. This is the Polish conception of the family, and who is Europe to tell us otherwise? So the constitutional is the precisely perfect site in which this can happen. I imagine that the EU will have to strengthen its fundamental rights approach to these questions. And maybe on that, Johanna, what else can the EU do in terms of...
And in response to Emanuela's question as well, like who are the actors and how can the EU support them? So I guess we've already had a lot of good examples of the actors. They are kind of the think tanks and the civil society organizations, movements, individual politicians, political parties. So they are everywhere and they should be everywhere. And the EU, like we all know that the EU has funded kind of the civil society organizations to kind of be able to consult them on various important issues. And we've heard from Neil that we need to kind of follow the money. Where is it going now and whom are we giving the voice? Also in terms of parliamentary hearings, like there are many levels, like you can kind of give different actors the voice, but you also need to ask yourself, like, which actors are you giving the voice? We are all here very white and probably very middle class. And then when we start to discuss issues like normative whiteness or racism, so we immediately know that there are a lot of actors who are still kind of outside these circles. But also what we've discussed, kind of the whole idea about changing legislation. There's a lot to be done in terms of this, kind of taking people to courts, like this slaps and things like this. So the EU can do a lot. And the first step is to identify the problem and then the solutions.
Changing legislation, but also changing values. Maybe Maria or Carleen want to comment on the changing the need. It was actually a comment rather than, I think, a question, right? The importance of starting from when they are very little.
Yeah, I mean, one could expect to see some kind of cohort effects going from 2017 or 2008 to 2017, but you don't really see the cohort effects. Actually, you do see it, but for the young. So above 50 remains above 50. It has a negative impact determined on gender equality, whereas the young suddenly comes into play in 2017. So is that kind of a counter-reaction? I don't know, but that's why it would be interesting to run the figures now and see some of these cohort effects. But the younger generation seems to suddenly come into play and have a positive determining factor, which it did not have in 2007. And also just to say, I mean, what I did not mention before with regard to determining factors is religion and politics, which are really strong factors in having an impact on gender equality variable, where it's politics in terms of right is more pending towards what I call the traditional gender model, and religion as well. So those are factors that play into the attitudes that that speaks a little bit to the kind of the movements that are going on today, that you can play into these factors of religion and into right, and then you kind of can change the attitudes.
But it's also interestingly connected to the conversation about the role of religion in school and schooling. So there's a close link. Carleen, do you want to add something to what has been said on any of the questions?
Well, the remark about the cultural side of gender equality, when you raised this question, I immediately felt a bit something happening in my throat, because when we are in negotiations, I used to work for the Netherlands government, and we went to the Commission on the Status of Women every year to negotiate agreed conclusions with all the UN member states. And very often states brought in this concept of, well, we have our own cultural convictions or social convictions or religious convictions about gender equality, and then you suddenly feel that you're in a bit, let's say, troubled waters. Because basically what people meant to say is, yeah, we know that there's a Beijing platform for action, we know there is a basis for negotiations, but in my country, we believe, and now I say it in my own words, that because of our convictions, it's okay to slap my wife in the face. So we have to be very careful when we use that wording, but I see your question was meant differently, and I fully agree with you that it's important to start at a very early age with young children to speak about these topics, but we also have to be very careful because at the same time, what we see happening now, also at a global level, where children are exposed, as the anti-gender narratives say, to certain, let's say, images, and parents massively are against this. So sexuality education, to give a very concrete example, is of utmost relevance. But what we see happening now in many countries where schools take this up, there's immediate opposition from parents. So yes, we should start at an early age, but I think we should also be, and it comes down to communication, we should really think through how we want to communicate about this. And again, I think it comes down to bringing concrete examples, because we do know that in member states where sexuality education is not part of the educational system, or discussions about sexuality at all, they have quite a high number of teenage pregnancies, where in member states where it is a topic that is being discussed, the percentage is quite low. So in the end, it comes down to what do you want for your kids? What do you want for your teenagers? What do you want for your population? Do you want to speak about these topics? Or do you want to keep them somewhere sidelined? We know that it causes a lot of issues in the end, no? A lot of problems. So it comes down to communication, but also it comes down to not copy-paste. I'm a Dutch citizen. I was born in Netherlands, and we seem to be one of the front runners in gender equality. But it doesn't necessarily mean that I can copy-paste what I see in my own country to other countries. We have to be very careful. Yeah? Maybe something about the legal interpretation, so the legal, let's say, argumentation being used. What I learned from you, Neil, is that when we work together with you, that some of the legal language used on the other side of the table, it's not always the correct legal language. It's semi-legal. Sometimes it's even nonsense being used. But how would we know? So what we did as an institute, we launched a publication, we published a publication last year about the legal, let's say, evolvements in the European Union, the legal interpretation of gender equality in the European Union. That's what policy advisors need when they go to negotiations, when they encounter anti-gender narratives. You have at least to understand the legal, let's say, interpretation and legal situation of gender equality in the European Union. And then what always surprises me, and this is a personal remark, the Istanbul Convention was negotiated between 47 member states a bit more than 10 years ago. I don't say it was easy negotiations because I was in the Council of Europe at that time, but the member states managed to get this document agreed upon. How come that's 10 years later? The document that 47 member states agreed upon, and of course they looked at the legal consequences, of course they looked at the legal, let's say, situation at that time. How come that 10 years later, suddenly, this is a document that we shouldn't touch upon, that we shouldn't use? And you know what I personally do not like in such discussions? It's all about the legal interpretations, the legal substantiation. But we tend to forget that it's about fighting gender-based violence. It's about saving women's and girls' life on a daily basis. Women and girls die in the European Union because they are victims of gender-based violence and violence against women. So also these discussions, that's how I feel it, the legal discussions, they also keep us away from the real topic. It's about saving women's and girls' lives.
Thank you, Carleen. I apologize, there were more questions. The good news is that we have another panel this afternoon at 4:30, which will continue this conversation. Thank you for coming, and I hope you can raise your questions there. Thank you.
L'Europe ne se fera pas d'un coup, ni dans une construction d'ensemble. Elle se fera par une réalisation concrète, créant d'abord une solidarité de fait.
Welcome to Villa La Fonte, home of the Department of Economics. This is the library here at Villa La Fonte, with desks available for first-year researchers on a first-time, first-served basis. Here, next door, are some of the working spaces allocated to PhD researchers in the second year and up. About 70 desks across 7 offices are dedicated to PhD researchers. About half of these desks are equipped with desktop computers. We're here on the terrace of Villa La Fonte, overlooking the gardens. This is a great place for lunch or a coffee. It can also be used as a workspace when you need some fresh air or for meetings. This is a place to bump into both researchers and faculty, and a place to be inspired.
Welcome to Villa Salviati, home to the Department of History. This is the Sala del Consiglio, here at Villa Salviati. It is used for seminars and conferences, and can seat up to 150 people. The hall dates back to the 16th century, and was originally used as a service area.
We are here on the second floor of Villa Salviati, which was originally an open loggia overlooking the courtyard. Today, this area houses 44 workspaces equipped with 17 computers. These spaces are dedicated to PhD researchers in the departments of history and law, and are available on a first-come, first-served basis. This is where researchers can come for a quiet space. It's a great place to work when you need to focus. Welcome to Villa Salviati, home to the Department of Law. We are here on the second floor of Villa Salviati, which was originally an open loggia overlooking the courtyard. Today, this area houses 44 workspaces equipped with 17 computers. These spaces are dedicated to PhD researchers in the departments of history and law, and are available on a first-come, first-served basis. This is where researchers can come for a quiet space. It's a great place to work when you need to focus.
This is the Sala del Consiglio, here at Villa Salviati. It is used for seminars and conferences, and can seat up to 150 people. The hall dates back to the 16th century, and was originally used as a service area.
Welcome to the Badia Fiesolana, the seat of the European University Institute since 1976. The Badia, which dates back to the 12th century, houses